জানলা খোলা আছে। হাত দেওয়া মধু বেরিয়ে গেছে। তুমি কোথায় বেরোচ্ছ?
আলু আলিয়া চিকেন করে এই ঘরটাই শুধু পরের সাথে আলু পেঁয়াজ রসুন জিরে বিস্কিট কালো জিরে লঙ্কা
বিস্কিট যেটা নর্মালি নাও অমনি নেবে, তার সাথে একটা টপ গোল্ড বা রাস্কিট কিছু একটা নিয়ে।
টপ করে নেব টপ গোল্ড মানে টপ নেব
টপ গোল্ড নেই, টপ অনেকবার আনা হয়েছে, এখন টপ গোল্ড অনেকদিন। मधु एक सेकंड। कितने बजे पहुंचना पड़ेगा? 12 बजे में 10 मिनट।
চেঞ্জ করে নেবো ড্রেস শুধু এই লোকটা
इसके पहले वाला मेकअप तो इससे बेटर लग रहा था, मतलब गाल तो ज्यादा लाल नहीं हो गया।
ओ ये हो गया। निकल जा। अब दे भाई, अब भैया को दिखा दे, ये जाएगा ऐसे।
अच्छा,
फिक्स इट कर लो। तो वो तो वहाँ तक पहुँचने तक मेकअप खत्म हो जाएगा। फिक्सर तो बहुत देर का है।
क्यों फिक्सर क्यों नहीं देना चाह रही है? तुम्हारे फोन में चार्ज है? तुम एक बार यहाँ से चिल्लाए जा रहे लेबू लेबू करके डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है मेरा। एक बार चेक कर लो।
ये
कम ऊबर में दिखाएगा अगर तुम ये ले रहे हो, नॉन एसी कैब ले रहे हो। रैपिडो में दाम ज्यादा देगा। लेबू लेबू करके चिल्लाया जा रहा है, जरा देखो।
नहीं भैया आज नहीं लेंगे। आज एकदम निकल रहे बाकी नहीं भैया आज एकदम ही नहीं, एकदम नहीं लेंगे भैया, दिखा के फायदा नहीं है। भैया आज नहीं लेंगे, आज नहीं भैया आज एकदम ही नहीं लेंगे, मेरे पास एकदम टाइम है, हम निकल रहे हैं, नहीं लेंगे भैया, हम बाहर निकल रहे हैं, अभी नहीं लेंगे। ठीक है लेकिन आज हम नहीं लेंगे, सब कुछ सही है। अरे नहीं भैया हम बाहर निकल रहे हैं, मेरा लेट हो गया है, गाड़ी बुक कर रहे हैं। नहीं 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 आज नहीं लेंगे, आज नहीं, आज नहीं लेंगे भैया। आप कल छोड़िए परसों आइए।
টয়লেট করে যাবে।
Tdab is back.
করে দিই এসি
কি করছো? এই ভালো করে করবে, হ্যাঁ, অল দ্য বেস্ট ফর দ্য টেস্ট। টেস্ট নাকি কম্পিটিশন?
হয়ে গেছে।
তোমার ইয়ারলি টেস্ট নাই? ঠিক আছে, টাটা। বাই। ভালো করে, হ্যাঁ, টয়লেট করে যাবে, জল খেতে থাকবে একটু একটু করে, বেশি করে একবারই জল খাবে না। বাই।
Bye.
देखेंगे हमें देखते भाई पढ़ेंगे কি কি বলে এটা কি বললো কি করলো আগে বলো আঙুল কাটবো এখন এখানে দাদা ভাইয়ের সামনে আঙুল কাটবো আঙুল কেটে দি ওই চলে যাচ্ছে দেখো দেখেছেন আরে আঙুলটা কেটে দি তোমার কা
হ্যাঁ, কিছু ইম্পর্টেন্ট আছে?
दादा भाई हमारे लुक्स একটু দেখুন
ভালো।
ঠিক আছে
आ जाओ ये जो स्क्रीन के सामने इधर।
এই শুক্লা এই বনুর আধার কার্ড দেখতে পেয়েছিস তখন না আধার কার্ড নেই আধার কার্ড নেই আছে বলছি নিয়ে নি দূরের ব্যাপার
कहाँ जा रहे हो?
বনু के डांस प्रोग्राम में
ऑल द बेस्ट आज जाओ ভালো করে।
দেখাও আমার
আসছি দাঁড়া। তোমায় তো দেখিয়ে দিয়েছি। ভালো করে করবে। দাম নেই। কেন? ঠিক আছে তো? বলছি। ভালো করে হ্যাঁ? বাই বাই। দাও দাও আমি টাকা করে। মায়ের সাথে। আসছে ওর আধার কার্ড নিয়ে আসছে। गाड़ी खड़ा है काका जी का।
বাম একটু বাই
बाय। बाय बाय।
বাই বাই
अच्छे से धीरे धीरे समझ के पानी पीते रहना। पानी नहीं लियो। ठीक है पीते रहना। बाय। आ जाओ ऑल द बेस्ट।
আমাকে ওই রুমটা একটু গুছিয়ে নিতে, ঠিক আছে? আমি আবার আসবো, লিস্টে কিছু হয়নি।
ये आधा आधा घंटा का ब्रेक दिया है।
কে? কে?
দিদা তোমার চান হয়ে গেছে? তোমার চান হয়ে গেছে? আমি এমনি জিজ্ঞাসা করছি। আর লাঞ্চ করে নিয়েছো? হ্যাঁ বারবার কল করছিল আমায়, আমি বললাম যাচ্ছ, আমায় কল করছিল খাবারের জন্য।
read all your messages. Thank you so much. And without further ado, should we get started? Should we get started so that we get into the meat of things? We can keep chatting on the go any which ways. Yes, drop a boom in the chat. BOOM, guys. BOOM. Let's drop some bombs in the chat to make sure that all of us are all set to have some learnings. Okay, there you go. Okay, let me quickly share my screen. Funny, is my screen visible?
Yes, now it is.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Give me a second. I'm just gonna set things up. Okay, a quick heads up, guys, as we are getting into this. Heads up that I give almost every time. I go a little with my AI. So I have a few AI agents running on my computer. As we am teaching, I'm vibe coding something on parallel as well. There are a lot of local AI models that run on my computer, and I've given Hermes and OpenClaw kind of agents to go wild on my computer. So if you all of a sudden see something weird happening on the screen, don't get worried or anything like that. It's probably an AI agent trying to use something. And two, Farid, this is for you. Again, I've told you this last time as well. For whatever reason, my computer suddenly restarts. There's a good chance that I might get kicked out of the call. Because I've been trying to get a Mac Studio for some time. Mac Studios are out of stock, so I'm not able to get much. As a result, I'm running literally everything on my main computer. So just in case if something I get kicked out for whatever reason, usually computer goes into restarts when agents are trying to do some shell programming in the backend. If that happens, Funny, you can take over for a couple of minutes as I come back. Are we on the same page? Are we on the same page? Yes, yes, yes in the chat. That way I know that we are on the same page and you're not getting paranoid if something happens on my screen. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Because last time when something suddenly opened on my screen, people were like, how is that possible? What is happening? Who's controlling your computer? A few people also wrote me emails saying that your computer is hacked. You should check. So chill out. Okay, guys. So we're gonna have some fun over the course of the next few hours. I think we have about 3.5 hours together. Funny, Do you want to keep the chat on or do you want to keep the chat off?
I mean, we can keep turning it on, turning it off.
Okay. I'm gonna turn off the chat in front of my eyes so that I don't get distracted. If there's any important questions that you need to handle, I will expect you to be able to handle that stuff. Yes. Okay. What else? Let me quickly see. I want Okay, looks like okay, works, guys. I've got everything handy right here. So without further ado, let's get started. So, in the first session, what you probably explored at this point of time is things around playing around multiple apps, right? That is probably what you explored in the first session, right? You played with some apps, you played with some workflows, you played with stuff like that. But right now, what I want to play around with, or what I want to take you guys deep into, is building some bots. How many of you guys want to build some bots? Drop in a heart. If you want to build some bots, drop in a heart. Yes. Okay, perfect. Let us do that right now. And you see, a lot of people, whenever I talk about building a bot, you often like confused or paranoid, saying that bots, that sounds technical. Oh, that means I need to know how to write code and whatnot. And you have all these assumptions, right? Well, what if I tell you that we're going to start with something very simple? What do I mean by that? If you go to ChatGPT, the simplest tool for you to build an app is actually ChatGPT. Okay, but for whatever reason, my ChatGPT is not working on my browser. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly open a new incognito so that I can show you what I wanted to do. All right. Here we are. We are on ChatGPT. Now, a lot of people are often wondering, right? Like, what do you mean by building a bot inside of ChatGPT? Can you build a bot inside of ChatGPT? Yes, you can. When you are on ChatGPT, even if you're on the free account, right? If you open the sidebar, there is something called as GPTs. And when you click on Explore GPTs, a very interesting space kind of opens up. You know what these are? These are basically micro apps that are built on top of ChatGPT. And they are called as basically GPTs. You can see there are literally thousands, not thousands, lakhs of GPTs that are already existing out there that you can use. Literally lakhs of them, not even kidding. Right? All these GPTs are right here. Now, let's say you want to use one of these. How do you go about it? There's a nice little search box. You can search for any problem statement that you want, and you should be able to find it. For example, let's say I want to look for a GPT or an app that is built on top of ChatGPT, which can help us to basically write emails, let's say. I want help with emails. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to just search for email. And let's see if someone in the world has built the app on top of ChatGPT, which basically can write emails. And you can see this, the bunch of people have done that. And the one that I see right on the top is the email and the mail writer. Guys, again, I'm telling you, these are apps that are inside of ChatGPT that you and I can use for free. Okay, so there you go. There's an email and mail writer tool right here. When I tap on that, you can see a nice little pop-up kind of opens up. What is this? Well, this is basically a logo, the name, the description, and all that good stuff is right here. And I can simply click on Start Chat. So I'm going to click on the Start Chat button, and here we are. This is the UI of this GPT at this point of time, which is a email and a mail writer. You can see the name, you can see the logo, you can see a description. Instead of Chat GPT, it says mail and email writer. So effectively, this is an app that is built by someone called makegptwork.com. I don't know who the guy is, who has built this app on top of ChatGPT. It can write emails, right? So I'm going to see how good an email can it write. So I'm going to use Whisperflow to see how good an email it can write. So I'm going to write a prompt. You know what? I'm looking for a leave tomorrow and day after tomorrow because, I spent a lot of time learning AI and over the weekend, and my mind is literally buzzing with ideas. So what I want to do is I want to be sure that I'm basically using all the learnings that I've had so far and bake that right into my work as well. And if I want to be able to do that, something very important that I have to do at this point of time is that I need to take some time out to reflect back on all the learnings that I've had. And to reflect back on all the learnings that I've had, I want to take a leave on a Monday and Tuesday. So please grant me leave so that when I come back to work, I'm a 10 times better human. And you know what? If possible, don't deduct it from my leave balance because, I spent my whole weekend learning AI so that I can do better with my job. So I was in a way working. So it would be great if you don't deduct from my leave balance. There you go, guys. I've put the prompt very, very simple. You can see this. I've explained my pain of spending all the weekend on learning AI. And I basically want a very good email. And here it comes. You can see that. Nowhere did I mention, guys. If you look at the prompt, nowhere did I mention write an email. I just told my story. And you know what? Because it was the email and mail writer tool, it understood and came up with an email right here. Are you able to understand how this tool works? Give me a thumbs up. If you were able to understand how this tool works, give me a thumbs up. Yes, perfect. So that's what I'm talking about. Because it's an email and a mail writer tool, I didn't have to explicitly mention, do this, do that. It understood what I want and it built it for me, right? Now, the next thing that I want to talk about is, now we played with one of the GPTs. There are literally millions of, like hundreds of thousands of GPTs, lakhs of GPTs right here, and you can play with them. That's not a problem, right? But what I want to focus on at this point of time is something even more important. And you know what that is? How the hell do I create one? How the hell do I create one of these GPTs? How many of you guys want to learn how to create? Drop a comment, create in the chat. Drop a comment, create in the chat. If you guys want to learn how to create it. Brilliant. A lot of people want to create. Yes. So I'll teach you how to create one. But before I get started, right? Before I get started with creating, I want to give you guys a heads up. A few people are like, hey, I cannot find GPTs. Here's the URL, chatgpt.com/GPTs. If you go there, you'll land right here. 2, for you to be able to see this create button that you see right here, right? For you to be able to see this create button, you need to have a paid ChatGPT account. Now you'll be like, bro, I don't have a paid ChatGPT account. Can I do something for free? Yes, you can. And I'm going to teach you how to do this for free as well. But first, we need to learn the method to the madness, the process on how to build one. Once we learn how to build one, I promise you, I will teach you how to do this for free as well. Sounds like a deal? Drop a comment deal in the chat if that sounds like a deal. You're going to focus, you're going to learn how to do this. Then I'm going to teach you how to build it as well for free, even if you don't have a paid ChatGPT account. Okay, let us do that right now. Now imagine that you have a paid ChatGPT account. You will be able to see a nice little create button right here. I tap on this create button, a new user interface kind of drops up. This, my friends, is called as the GPT creation wizard. What is it called? GPT creation wizard. Using this UI, you can actually build a GPT. It's as simple as that. That's why it's called GPT creation wizard. Now, what does it do and how does it work? Well, it's very simple. You just tell it what you want to build and it's going to build it for you on the back end. For example, this, like you can read very clearly, is the creation section. And there's a chat box. I can literally talk about what I want and it will understand what I want and it'll start building. And whatever it is building, right, I can see that right here on the right side where it says review. So you have one window where you can build and you can see what is being built over the course of time. So let's build one. What do we build? Let's say we want to build a tweet generator. What is a tweet generator? Well, a tweet generator is where if you give a topic to it, it should be able to generate a tweet on that topic for you. That's what we want to build. Okay. So I'm going to come here to the left bar. Like I said, this is how you build it. And I'm going to just say what I want. So I'm going to be like, you are an expert Twitter content creator or a Twitter content copywriter. You have this incredible experience of writing viral tweets. You're so damn good that every time you write a tweet, there's a 9 out of 10 chance that it has a possibility of it to go viral. What I want you to do is every time I give you a topic, your job is to understand the topic, read about it if needed, and come back with one tweet that has very, very high odds of going viral on Twitter. That is exactly what I want you to do. Okay, guys, that is what the prompt is. I just used Whisper to enter this prompt. We got the whole information right here. I click on the send button. Let us see what it is cooking up right now. You can see it says updating GPT. So it's basically updating the GPT. So it's building the backend of the tool. You can see already it has built a bunch of UI. You see there is this description that has come up. There is this, little buttons that have come up. There's this little icon that has come up. All it has done by itself. And now it's asking me, viral tweet writer sounds good. It's asking me for a name. I'm going to say sounds good. So it's recommending me a name. I just say good. Now that I said good, look what happens on the right side. It's going to update the name. Now it's generating a profile picture as well. So it's all doing all by itself in an agentic way. All I'm doing is I'm just talking to it on one side. On an agentic way, it's building everything on the right side. There you go. It has come with a profile picture as well. And you see it has updated as well. If I like this, I will be like, sounds good. If I don't like it, I can ask it to change it as well. For now, I'm going to be like, good. I don't want to waste time on generating a profile picture. But of course, right, you can say, I don't like it. Do it like this, do it like that. And it's going to do all that good work. But you can see, guys, all we said is we want a Twitter writer. We explained how we want it to be. And that's it. It generated a name. It generated a profile picture. It built the whole damn app for us. Isn't that wild? Now it's asking me, let's fine tune how it works. When it gets a topic, should it lean towards bold and controversial take or more towards relatable and widely agreeable ideas? I'm going to say, can I test it out and give you, that's what I'm going to say. I want to test it out. I don't want without event. I want to quickly test it out and then I could give the feedback back. What? That's the best way to refine it. Go ahead and test it. So now, how do I test it? Well, simple. I come here to the right side and I just give a topic. Let's say topic, AI will take away many jobs. Let's say that's the topic that I want to write a tweet on. Let's see what it comes up with. Nice. Drop in a heart if you think this is cool. The moment I give a topic, all our app responds to is a tweet. AI won't take your jobs. It will expose how many were just busy work all along. The real risk isn't automation, it's being replaceable. Okay, it comes up with a banger of a tweet right away. I'm going to say one more. Let's see what it comes up with. AI isn't coming for your job, it's coming for the version of you that refuses to evolve. Aren't these really good tweets? Drop a comment gold if you think these tweets are actually golden and it works really, really well. These are really good tweets if you ask me. I'm going to say one more. Somebody is like silver. So cute. People who think AI will steal jobs are missing it. AI is quietly rewarding those who learn faster than they fear. Man, this is such a good one. This is such a good one. I feel like I should post it on Twitter right away. But you get the idea, guys. You get the idea, right? What did we do? What we did was we just asked it to build a tweet generator and it is now coming up with great tweets. Now, I want to slightly tweak it. I want to slightly change it. You know, I have some feedback to it. One is that it's giving me these M dashes, which I don't like. Okay. Two is that it's giving too much of generic information and I don't want generic information to come out. So what do? I come here to the left bar and I'm going to be like, hey, I just tested out the tweet generator. It's pretty good actually. I could rate it like a 7 out of 10. Now, what I want you to do is a few things. One is that I want to make sure that you don't give a M dash in your output ever again. All my tweets should never have a M dash. It should be human. No one should be able to say it is written by AI. So don't use M dashes. It gives it away. Two, I think the tweets are a little generic. I want it to be a little more relatable to my audience. You see, most of the people in my audience are people who are working professionals or are entrepreneurs and a few students, majorly, all around the world, but majority of them on this session are from India. So come up with tweets that are relatable to people in India. Of course, you can openly use Bollywood references, cricket references, some Hindi words here and there to make it even more relatable, if that makes sense. And you know what? Every time I give you a topic, you're just coming up with one tweet now. I want to make it better. I want you to come up with 10 tweets every time I give you a topic. And not just that. You know what? If you give me 10 tweets at once, I will get, overdone. So what I want you to do is not only come up with 10 tweets at once, but also rate each one of the tweet from a scale of 1 to 10 on the potential of it to go viral. So you rate each of the tweets from 1 to 10 on the potential of it to go viral, and also give me one line reason on why you think a particular tweet will actually go viral, right? So that I have an explanation as well, because I want to know why you think what you think, and also give me the whole output in form of a table. In a way, the most high rated tweet stays on the top and it's ordered that way so that I can read the first few tweets and I can get the best ones out of the box. I want you to implement all these changes for me. Guys, I gave a list of changes. Look at how many updates I gave all at once. Because as I used it, I got a bunch of ideas. And I said, give me 10 tweets, rate each one of 10, then from a rating of 1 to 10, give me a reason, give me the output in form of a table, don't make it generic, add some Hindi references, no M dash, and everything around it. And you know what? Look at this. Done. This is now much sharper and much more powerful version. 10 tweets per topic, ranked on viral potential, with scores and clear vision, more India first, zero M dashes, fully human tone. Try it with one topic and tell me what you want to test next. So it says done. I wish humans work this fast, but they don't, but AI can. Okay, I'm going to come to topic again, and I'm going to be like, AI will take away many jobs. Guys, I'm right now using GPT 5.5, which is currently one of the most advanced versions of AI in the world. So the outputs are insane, right? And look at this. It says, we got it. We got the output, like you can see, in form of 10 different tweets. Each of the tweet has a viral potential and also a reason on why it could go viral. It says, AI won't take your job. Someone using AI will adapt fast or explain later. Awesome. Every generation had a job killer. This time it's real. The winners won't resist AI. They will ride it. Look at this. It has given some Hindi references this time. In India, we used to say settle ho jao. Now it's upgrade ho jao or get replaced. You see how it has started to use some Hindi references as well. And look at this. AI is like Geo in 2016. cheap, fast, and it changed everything overnight, jobs included. So it started to add Indian analogy as well, just because I said make it relevant to my Indian audiences. Guys, if you think what you just learned is insanely powerful, drop a boom in the chat so that I know we are on the same page. Drop a boom in the chat so that I know we are on the same page. Awesome. 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 All right. Perfect. Thank you. Now, this is very important. So I want your full attention on this right now. What do I mean by that? Well, there is an important caveat on what I'm teaching, and I want you to focus on this. What I'm teaching you at this point of time is not how to build a viral tweet writer. What I'm teaching you right now is a process, is a way of thinking, is a way of solving problems. Every time I teach you something, the way I want you to think about it is, hey, how could I use what Web have just taught me to solve what all problems? I'm teaching you a viral tweet writer because everybody can understand what a viral tweet writer is. But the problems that you have in your job, in the company that you run, as a college student at this point of time, you have to think about what are the problems that I can automate, that I can solve using this technology of building a custom GPT. And that is how I want you guys to think. I'm not teaching you how to build a viral tweet writer. I'm teaching you how to solve a problem by building GPTs. Do I make sense? If that makes sense, drop in a heart so that I know you got it. Guys, I don't want you guys to mentally think about the fact that, oh, what I learned at this point of time is how to build a viral tweet writer. That is what, everybody would do. I want you guys to think one level up. I want you guys to think, what are the problems that I can solve with this? Because as I teach you a bunch of things today, it is your job to convert these learnings into how you can apply this in your marketing job, in your sales job, in your software engineering job, in your operations job, as a founder that you're running an agency, as a founder that is running a SaaS company, as a founder that is running a local business. It is on you to translate those learnings. And it is very, very important for you to have that mindset from right get-go. Drop a comment, MS, makes sense if that made sense. MS in the chat, makes sense in the chat if that made sense. Yes, awesome. Looks like funny. We have a bunch of very interesting audiences today who are picking things like magic and super fast. I'm loving this. All right, let's get in, guys. Let's get in. Let's move on because there's a lot more to learn. Because you guys have been so kind and nice and everything around it, and you've been so fast at grasping things. I'm thinking maybe I teach you slightly advanced one as well. Do you guys want to go a little more advanced? Advanced in the chat. What I just taught you is how to build a simple GPT. But you know what? This will put you in the top 5% bucket. What I want to put you guys is in the top 1% bucket. For that, I have to teach you stuff that is advanced. Okay, now that a lot of people want me to teach you guys what is advanced, let's get right inside of it. But before I teach you the advanced stuff, I wanted to tell you something. For you to be able to get the most out of AI across anything for that matter, there is one thing that is very important for you guys to keep in mind. That is, you need to know how things work in the backend. Do I make sense, guys? You need to know how things work in the backend. Yes, and I want to show you exactly that. I want to show you how things work in the backend so that you learn, so that you understand and figure out and make things work on how things work in the backend right now. So what is that we need to do? For you guys to understand how things work in the backend, well, you simply have to go to the configure button. When you dropped all these messages on the left sidebar, what was happening? How did this app get built? You need to understand. For that, I can simply go to this configure button and you will see the backend of the tool. You can see the logo right here. I can click on this and upload a photo that I like. Simple as that. There's viral tweet writer, which is mentioned right here. If I just change this to by WebHub Sysinthi, here it comes. It gets changed right here. You can see the description, is right here as well. I can just say by BS here as well. And here I can change this to 2.0. And you can see this, it all works the way it should because this is the back end of that tool. Now, what is important again is the part which says instructions. When I click on the expand button of this, I want you guys to understand what this line of text actually is. This, my friends, is a prompt. Who the hell wrote this prompt? Well, you know what? ChatGPT ended up writing this whole prompt for us. And because of this prompt, we're able to get the results. We are able to get the kind of outputs that we are getting. Am I making sense? So everything that we spoke here, every feedback that we gave to AI, it understood. And you know what? Like a prompt engineer, it converted that whole information into a prompt here. And because of this prompt, the app is working the way it is. Isn't that genius? It's as simple as that. You can see your GPT is a high performance Twitter content writer. It specializes in going viral. It generates 10 distinct tweets. It included the tweet viral potential of 1 to 10, one line explanation. The goal of the user is to quickly identify the strongest options, which I told. You can see often incorporate Indian relevant context such as startup culture, hustle mindset, cricket analogies, Bollywood references, occasional natural English phrasing. You see everything that we spoke and a lot understand, comprehend, and was able to convert that prompt. And when I saw this for the first time, guys, a light bulb just turned up in my head. I was like, wait, if AI can do this, it's a good prompt, but I can write a better prompt than this. If I want to build an advanced GPT, all I need to do is write an advanced prompt. And once I write an advanced prompt, I will be able to generate a much advanced GPT. Am I making sense? Now, when I peeked into the back end of the tool, I saw that everything works basis of this prompt. And when I read this prompt, while it was pretty decent, I knew that I can write a better prompt than this. And that gave me this idea that, wait, if I can write a better prompt than this, I can actually build literally anything that I want on top of ChatGPT. And that is what I want to teach you right now. So for us to be able to build advanced GPTs, you need to be able to write advanced prompts because the AI revolves around a prompt. And the reason why I'm giving you the storyline is also because this is how I want you to think about everything. I want you to ask this question every single time. If something works, why is it working? How is it working in the back end? What is that I can do to make it work better? Is a question that you have to consistently ask yourself because you have to understand one thing. The tools that are available are the same for everyone. If you want an unfair advantage, you need to figure out a way on how to get the most out of the tool that your friend is using as well. If that makes sense, drop in a heart. You have to figure out a way, understand how the tool works so that you can push it to the limits. As a result, the kind of outputs you can get from the same tool that your friend is using is 10 times better. That is the mindset that we need to operate on. And that is what I want to show you today as well. Okay, now coming back to this, I told you that we can build an advanced GPT if we write an advanced prompt. Now, before I end up writing an advanced prompt, I want to show you what an advanced GPT is going to look like. So guys, this is one of the advanced GPTs that I personally use. It's called as the Web of Sesame Style Post LI internal. It's an internal app built for my team only. What does this app do? Well, this app is designed to write LinkedIn posts for me. So if I give a topic to this, it's going to write a killer LinkedIn post for me. Now you will be like, Vaibhav, what is a big deal? You built an app which can write tweets. Now it's writing LinkedIn posts. Big deal. No, there is one difference. And you know what that difference is? This app writes LinkedIn posts exactly like me. It replicates my style, it replicates my tone, it replicates the structure of my sentences, it uses similar words that I use, it flows like I do. It is so damn good that even I can't say if it is written by me or if it is written by AI. In a world of AI slop all over, where everything looks AI generated, it is important for your content to stand out. And for your content to stand out, it needs to have your own flavor. So I found the best of both worlds. I get AI to write my content, but it is written exactly like me so that it doesn't stink AI. How many of you guys agree that this is going to 10x you? 10x in the chat. That you're able to get AI not just write for you, but write exactly like you. And to make this happen, right? To make this happen, you need an advanced build. And that is what I'm going to teach you right now. I'm going to show you how I built this advanced app. Well, you know that already. If I go to Edit GPT, because I own this, I told you already that I wrote my own prompt. And that is how I ended up building this advanced GPT. Now, let me show you the prompt. Guys, this is how the prompt looks like. It has something called as role. It has these hashtags and stars and whatnot. It has something called as objective. It has something called as context. It has something called as instructions. And not just that, let me start scrolling this. Look how long the prompt is. I keep scrolling, it keeps coming. This is exactly why it is able to give me the kind of outputs that I want to. And this is what I want you to learn. How many of you guys want to learn how to write prompts like this? I also see a lot of messages of people asking me, is this WebHub or is this his AI agent? Is this live or is this recorded? I see a lot of questions of people all over. I'm just ignoring it. But let me tell you guys one thing before I move on. And I want you guys to answer me as I open the chat as well. Does it matter if I'm AI or am I real? Does it matter if this is live or is this recorded or this is completely AI generated? What should matter in a reality is, are you learning or are you not learning? You see, people who are not serious about things always look for reasons on how to give up and what to give up on. So they're looking for reasons to give up on things. So I'm not even going to say if I'm AI or I'm real. I'm not even going to say that this is live or recorded. Let's say this is recorded. I'm completely AI generated. Okay. If you want to learn, you can be on the call. If you don't want to learn, you don't want to learn. Stop giving yourself reasons. Does that make sense? Make sense in the chat, guys. Make sense in the chat. It's so funny. It is so funny that people work and look for reasons to give up, look for reasons to exit, look for reasons so that they don't have to put in hard work. If those are the reasons that you're looking for, I gave you all the reasons. Drop off. People who are here on this call are people who want to learn. And those are the kind of people I want to continue to have on these sessions. Yes, awesome. Love it. Okay, guys, coming back. Okay, coming back to this. I'm going to turn off the chat. This is why I keep my chats off, because I get distracted, right? And I don't want to get distracted. Okay, here we are back. We need to learn how to write prompts like this. Now, for you guys to learn how to write prompts like this, you need to learn a new prompting structure. And that new prompting structure is called as the markdown prompting. The moment you learn this new prompting structure, you will be able to write prompts like that. How many of you guys want to learn the ability to write advanced prompts like the ones that I showed you? Drop in a heart. You want to learn how to write those advanced prompts. For all those people who are wondering, dude, this is too long. This looks too, advanced. I can't do it. Let me tell you one thing. I'm going to, if you give me your next 30 minutes focus, fully focus for the next 30 minutes, I will make sure you will learn every single bit of this. I will make sure in next 30 minutes, each and every one of you will be able to write a prompt like this as long as it takes, and you're going to kill it. But you know what? Do you have the attention for the next 35 to 40 minutes without fluctuating? Is on you. Okay, I'm going to do my best to be able to make sure everybody can learn. All right. Let's before we start writing the prompt, what we're gonna do is I want you guys to understand how this prompt actually works. Because without that, you can't really write the prompt, right? So let me explain you what markdown prompting is. So, guys, markdown prompting is this special prompting technique that is designed for specially building AI agents. It is designed in a way that AI can literally understand what you want it to do in the highest clarity possible. And I'll give you a trick. Every time you're thinking about writing a markdown prompt, or any prompt for that matter, the way I imagine things is that, hey, you know what? I am actually talking to a human on the other side. I just, let's say, I imagine that I hired someone who's the topper of all India rank, IIT rank number one. This guy finished his computer science engineering, let's say in IIT Bombay, and I've hired that person. He's very smart. He understands very, very good things. He's very good with complex reasoning. But you know what? There's a constraint. This person is going to work for me forever, but he comes with one constraint that I can only talk to this person once in my life. I get a few hours with this person. I have to explain this super smart person everything about his or her job in just 1 hour. And that's it. Whatever I explain, whatever the person understands, is how the person is going to do the job for the rest of his life. If this is the position I'm in, how would I write my prompts? How deeply would I think? Because I have a very smart person to work for me. But that person can only work really well if I explain his or her job really, really well. That is how I think about writing a prompt. And a prompting structure like Markdown prompting actually helps me quite a lot. What do I mean by that? Well, you know what happens with Markdown prompting is that you see there is something called as role, objective, context, instructions, and notes. These are basically subheadlines for you to be able to capture information. So, what is role? Role is where you tell AI how you want it to behave. That's it. So you've already learned about role probably in the magic prompt formula, where you'll be like, you are in, let's say I'm building a agent for customer success. The job of the agent is to reply to my emails and solve customer issues of outskill. So the role in this case is going to be where I tell AI to act like a specific person. And that hat I want AI to wear for me is I'm going to be like, you are an expert customer success executive who has worked for top consumer brands like Amazon, Google, Netflix. And you have more than 15 years of experience in customer success. So the moment I say this is your role, AI understands. AI, instead of thinking about everything that it notes, it basically puts two planks around its face and says, I'm going to focus. I'm going to be focused and I'm going to behave like I'm an expert in customer success. That is what AI does. And that is exactly what a role is. Next comes objective. In objective is where you explain AI what you want AI to do for you or the task. In this case, I'm going to be like, your job is to reply to emails of all the outskill learners. You know, every time they have a doubt, every time outskill learners have a doubt, they will write a question to you. Your job is to understand the question and respond back to them. That is the task. That is the objective. It's as simple as that. Next comes context. Now, context is something that is very, very important. What do I mean by that? In context is where you tell AI how you want it to behave and why is that the thing that you are given AI as a task is a very, very important task. What do I mean by that? Well, let's just flip the script and go back to the human example. Let's say I hired this very top IIT, or AIR rank number one, right? All India rank number one guy. I've hired him. And I tell him that your job is to reply to emails. The guy is going to be like, bro, what the hell? I just stopped IIT. I went to IIT Bombay to clear and I was the topper of my batch. You hired me saying that you have something very important for me to do. And all you want me to do is basically to reply to emails. Bro, I can do a much better job than that. Why do you want me to do customer success? Replying emails, anybody can do it. And this is where I have to tell this super expert why I've given him or her the job. Here, what if I start explaining saying that, bro, What you're not understanding is that you think this job is about replying to emails. But let me explain you. The job that you've been given has a direct correlation to the growth of the company. He'll be like, what do you even mean by that? Well, I'm going to be explaining him, saying that, look, millions of people every single month join outskill programs. And when they join these outskill programs, right, they have doubts, they have questions. And for all of these things, they write us an email to hi@outskill.com. And when they write those emails to us, if we are not able to do a very good job responding to those emails, they're not going to have a great experience. As a result, there's a very good chance they will not even join the mastermind. And if they not even join the mastermind, they'll not even experience the true power of outskill. And if they don't even experience the true power of outskill, they will never talk about outskill to their friends. And you know what? For any company to grow really, really fast, there has to be word of mouth. And the way outskill does word of mouth is by giving incredible value. So if people can't even experience it, how will they get value? If they don't even get value, how will they talk about their friends? If they don't even talk about outskill to their friends, how will the company grow? So if one thing gets broken of not solving their problems, the growth of the company gets slowed down. And that is exactly why I've given you the job of customer success, because I believe it's a very, very important job, and it depends on how well you do your job. That is how fast the company will grow. And that is exactly why I want you to do this job. Guys, don't you think if I give an context like this to anyone, they will be able to do their job 10 times better? Drop in a heart. This is what is context. Explaining AI why what it is doing is important. The better your context that you give, the better an AI actually performs. That is what essentially context is. Now, coming to the next thing, which is instructions. Instructions is where you define simply what you want AI to do. Step one, read the email. Step two, understand what's on the email. Step three, solve their problem. Step four, if you don't understand what they're asking, ask the message on the Slack, get the clarity. Step five, solve the ticket. All the instructions, one step at a time, whatever you have to mention, you put it on instructions. And finally comes notes. Notes is actually quite simple. Notes is where you capture basically what you were not able to capture in role, objective, context, and instructions. Let's say you wanted to share something with this AI in form of a prompt, but you are not able to put it in any of these buckets. So notes is a very interesting place where you can quickly summarize things, put things that you think are very, very important and AI needs to remember, or there are things that you could not put anywhere, you put it under the notes. So guys, that is what the structure of markdown prompting is. That is what role is, objective is, context is, instructions is, and finally what notes are. Now comes a very big question. Webhub, what the hell are these hashtags and stars? How do they even work? Why do we have them? Well, this, my friends, is a secret coded language for us to talk to AI. What do I even mean by this? You see, when you saw this slide for the first time, I'm pretty sure the things that your eyes went to was probably the special prompting structure custom GPTs first. This way your eyes automatically went to, or this line called as the markdown prompting. Your eyes automatically went to markdown prompting or special prompting structure custom GPTs first. The reason? The size of the font was large. So our human minds are tuned that if something is important, if something is very, very important, we will basically put it in a large text. We will bold it. We will underline it. But when it comes to AI, all these things don't work. For example, we have this prompt. Let's say I want AI to remember that high performance Twitter content writer that specializes. Let's say this is a very important word for me. Can I make it bold? I don't have that option. Can I increase the size of the font? I don't have that option. Because prompts are sent in text inputs. It is only plain text. But there's a coded way of telling AI. There's a coded way of showing AI something in bold. You know what that is? If I put a word between two stars like this, you know what happens? AI imagines that this word is in bold. You can't see that in bold, but AI actually imagines that this is in bold. It looks at it like as if it's on bold. Now, let's say each row includes a very important headline for you. You want the size of the font to be larger, but you can't increase the font size. So what do? Well, you simply come here and put a hashtag in front of it. The moment you put a hashtag in front of it, AI imagines this whole line to be a headline, which is called as an headline one. It's the largest font possible. That is single hashtag. In the same way, let's say this is also a headline, but you don't want it to be as large as this. What do? Well, I simply come and put two hashtags. The moment I put two hashtags, AI imagines this to be a headline, but smaller than one hashtag. So one hashtag is the biggest font possible. Two hashtags is still a headline, but smaller than the H1 or one hashtag. If I put three hashtags, it's called headline three, which is still a headline, but smaller than one hashtag and two hashtags. And whenever I put a word inside of stars, it is imagined as bold. Guys, this is what Markdown formatting is. One hashtag, look at the size of the text. AI imagines that to be a big headline. Two hashtags, AI imagines still that to be a big headline, but smaller than H1. When you put three hashtags, AI imagines that to be a headline three, smaller than H1, smaller than H2, but still a headline. And whenever you put a word between two asterisks, AI imagines that in bold. This, my friends, is what called as the Markdown prompting. Drop a boom in the chat, guys, if this is insane. There is a coded language with which you can tell AI what is important, what is not. And with the structure that you have, you can explain AI in depth what you want it to give you as well. Yes, awesome. Now, I still know, and I can still read a few messages where people were asking, Vaibhav, can you please repeat it? Can you please tell us again? I get it. You know what? What we're going to do right now is we're going to jump onto an example. We're going to write or build an example right now so that you basically understand how to write a prompt like this. So let's do an example right now. And for the example that we want to do, I thought we should build or rebuild the LinkedIn post writer in my style so that you can learn in this process how to build an advanced GPT. Now, the reason why I want to pick this example is also because of one more reason, that this is actually an advanced GPT. It's not even like basic to intermediate. This is intermediate to advanced GPT because it's a complicated GPT actually. And if you end up understanding how I build a GPT like this, I truly believe you can pretty much solve any problem out there by writing Markdown prompts. That is exactly why I wanted to pick this as an example. Sounds good? Let us rebuild this LinkedIn post writer which can replicate your style of writing. Give me a thumbs up. All right, let us do that right now, guys. Let us do that right now. So what do we go about? What do we do for us to be able to write a prompt like this? Now, I'm going to give you something that's going to shock you right now. If you guys were thinking, I'm going to write this whole prompt, something like this, all by myself, that is not true. I'm going to get AI to write the whole prompt for me. Yes. Surprise, surprise. We're going to get AI to write the whole prompt for us. But it comes with a twist. It is not what you think. I'm not just going to go to AI and I'm not going to be telling AI, hey, write a prompt for me for this. It's not going to work. I'm going to use a proprietary workflow that I have built for myself that allows me to literally not only build prompts, but literally anything out there. What I'm going to teach you is a workflow right now on how to go about solving problems using AI. And in that workflow, we're going to solve a problem today. And what is that problem that we're going to solve? We're going to solve the problem of building an app which can replicate the style of writing. and write LinkedIn posts for me.
Like
And
a
we do
project.
that
like
by
that.
using
Okay.
AI. What you're going to learn right now is something called as thinking with AI.
দেখতে আচ্ছা
Guys, I
দেখতে
want
পাচ্ছিস
all
তো?
of you guys to drop this in the chat. Thinking with AI. Drop
ওই
it in the
ঘরেও তো
chat.
করতে
Because I
পারিস রে
want you
বাবা।
guys to remember this very, very well. Because thinking with AI is that one thing, if you learn, it will change the way you use AI forever.
হ্যাঁ?
And I can guarantee you that. So the next 30 minutes
ওই ঘরে
is
গিয়ে
probably going to be the most
আর কত
powerful,
কত
life-changing hack of AI that you're going to learn. It's called thinking with AI. This is how I go about solving problems by thinking with AI. Okay. So what is the problem statement, guys? The problem statement, let's write it out. Let's use ChatGPT like a note app here. Okay. The problem statement. Problem that we have is we want AI to write LinkedIn posts in my own style. That's the problem statement. So when I think about solution, this is me thinking about a solution. I need to break this problem down into smaller problems. That is how best of problems are solved. Okay. So I'm going to break down this problem into two problems right now. P1 is basically write LinkedIn posts using AI. This is problem number one. And problem number two, inside of the main problem is write like me. There are two problems that we need to solve. So the moment I break this problem down, I see two problems. One is that I need to get AI to write like me, which is I feel is much more simpler. The second is that it needs to write like me. Now, I know how to do this. This is done because I've learned how to write the Twitter generator. So I know how to do this. What I don't know is how to get AI to write like me. So what is the solution to P2, which is the problem number two? What is the solution? Well, I need to tell AI how I write. This is what I need to solve for. If I tell AI how I write, it will understand how I write, and then it can write like me. Now I'm with a new problem. The moment I'm trying to solve for P2, there's a new problem that is coming up. The new problem is, how do I tell AI how I write? Because if you think about it, let's say if you want to explain anyone, including AI, on how you write, you're going to be stuck, my friend. You're going to be like, I write in simple English, I write in plain English, I write like I speak, and you will give like arbitrary garbage like this, which will not help any AI to write like you. Because AI needs the nuance, AI needs the specifics. How do I tell AI how I write? Well, the new solution to the new problem is, what if I ask AI to tell me how I write? You see how I'm trying to solve one problem, breaking the problem down, trying to solve it, that is leading to a new problem, and then trying to come with a solution that is leading to a new problem. But this is what humans are supposed to do going forward. This is problem solving 101. This is the future of our jobs. Well, the new problem is, how do I tell AI how I write? And the solution that I came up with is, I will ask AI to tell me how I write. Now you will be like, Vaibhav, what is this nonsense? How will AI know how you write? If AI knew how you write, why did you have to tell it in the first place? Well, here's what I mean. I will ask AI to tell me how I write. Well, what if I give a bunch of content that I have personally written in the past? I give that to AI. And I'll be like, bro, this is how I write. Okay? Now, I want you to go through all this content and you tell me how I write. Won't I get a report out of this? A much more advanced, extensive report of AI telling me how I write? Guys, if you're able to understand what we are doing, drop in a heart. We are doing problem solving 101 with AI. We are slicing and dicing the problem to smaller pieces and bits. And then we are basically getting AI to solve that for us. That is how we are rolling at this point of time. Right? So let us do that right now. What we're going to do is, first, I need a report to understand how I write my content. So I'm going to ask AI to tell me how I write. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly come here and I'm going to write a prompt like this. You are an expert content analyzer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a 10 of LinkedIn posts that I have personally written in the past, and these have gone viral on LinkedIn. What I want you to do is go through all these 10 LinkedIn posts and understand how I write and give me something called as the content DNA of me. What do I mean by that? You see, I want you to tell me exactly how I write my content, how I write my hook, how I write my body, how I write my call to action, the kind of words that I use, the way I frame sentences, the way I use emojis, the way I use so many other things to write content on my LinkedIn. You see, I end up writing content in a way I do, and I don't know why I do what I do. And I want you to tell me in that content DNA report of mine. You see, I also want you to tell me stuff that I don't know about my writing. I'm sure I'm doing a bunch of things subconsciously, even not realizing what I do. I want you to find all those hidden patterns and literally tell me how I write my LinkedIn content. And on top of that, something very important that I want you to do for me is that you see, all the content that I'm sharing with you right now are content pieces that have gone viral on LinkedIn. So understand why these content pieces have gone viral on LinkedIn and capture those learnings as well. So that the content DNA framework that you're going to give me has everything captured and is super detailed, and I don't have to break a sweat, and I can give that report to any ghostwriter, and the ghostwriter should be able to replicate my style in a single click. This is what I want you to do. Did you understand? Guys, that is the prompt. Okay, I wrote everything. And look, I want you to read the last line that I put. I asked the question in the end. Did you understand? I'm going to say, explain me what you understood. I always say this. I always say this. I always say, you explain me what you understood. And look at this. It understood. It said, this is exactly what I understood. You're going to give me 10 of your LinkedIn posts. My job is not to summarize them, but reverse engineer your writing brain. I'll break it down into two levels. Your content DNA, it's going to do all this good stuff for me, and why my posts go viral, and it's going to give me the final output called the Webhub Content OS. It says drop the 10 posts. So the moment I say explain me what you understood, I want to make sure AI and I are on the same page. What if I'm saying something and AI understood something else? I don't want that to happen. I want AI to be on the same page. And that's exactly why I always ask AI, you tell me what you understood. And there you go. It understood a lot of things. Now I can simply drop a bunch of LinkedIn posts, and I can see here are the posts. So what I've done is I've already copied 10 of the LinkedIn posts that I've written in the past. And I just pasted it here. And I said, here are the posts. You can see this. It's right here. You can see this. They are all right here. Right. And I'm going to click on the send button. Now, if you have the paid account, I will recommend you to turn on the thinking mode, because thinking mode eventually gives you better answers. Okay. Or if you don't have it, you can keep it on instant as well. Now, I keep it on instant considering that most of you people don't have the paid account. And look at that. It has started to give the whole content DNA framework, guys. Your core content style. You write like business storyteller, explaining a trending event to smart but busy people. Big news, dramatic hook, simple business breakdown, why it matters, open-ended question. Your hook DNA, big brand, dramatic verb, shocking emoji, curiosity bridge. Your body structure. Step one, explain the event, explain the business reason, use bullets or numbered lists, add so what, your CTA DNA, your vocabulary. These are the kind of words that I use. Look at that. All the kind of words that I use very commonly. The sentence DNA. Guys, all here. The emoji DNA. Hidden patterns you may not even realize. It's all here, guys. It's all here. Look at how crazy the report is. It goes on and on and on. And the final diagnosis says your content works because you're not writing like a creator. You're writing like a founder, watching the market move in real time. Your voice is curious, dramatic, simple, analytical, slightly playful, business first, and prediction driven. Your signature style is, here is big thing happened. Most people are seeing the headline. I'll show you the business engine behind it. That is your content DNA. Guys, if you think this was mind blowing, drop a MB in the chat. do you think it is even humanly possible for us to write a prompt like this, for us to get a content like this or explain our style of writing like this? Do you think it is even humanly possible? I don't think so either. I don't think so either. That, my friends, is the power of this. Now, now that we have the content DNA report, I'm going to show you one little nice hack right now to make this even better. You see, let's say I want this content DNA report to get even better. What do? I'm going to simply come here and I'm going to be like, hey, I just read the content DNA report. You know what? It's pretty good. It's definitely a 8 out of 10. But you know what? I gave the same task to Claude. And Claude came up with a report which is like a 9.5 out of 10. I thought GPT 5.5 is better than everything else. Chat GPT is better than everything else. But Claude actually beat you. I'm going to give you one more chance to beat Claude. I want you to think harder, understand if there are any gaps that you missed out on, and come back with the content DNA framework, which is definitely a 10 out of 10. Go work hard and come back to me with the final report. Guys, what did I just do? I just said Claude is better than you. I got Claude to do the work. Claude did a better job than you. And I want you to do better. And look at this. It says your push is right. The earlier version captured obvious patterns, but it didn't go deep enough into the mechanics like tension design, post pacing, subconscious defaults, repeatable writing rules, and what a ghostwriter should never break. And it says you're right. The last report was good, but still too observer level. This one goes deeper. And guys, here comes a even more deeper report. You see how our Indian parents are, right? They're never happy with the scores that you get at your school. Even if you're first in your class, they'll be like, why aren't you first in the state? If you're first in the state, they'll be like, why aren't you first in the whole universe? That is how you have to act with AI as well. You have to act like a very, very tough parent. And the kind of outputs that you'll get will be insane. And you see this report is much more deeper, much more intensive, much more longer, captures a lot more things. That's a little hack that I wanted to show you. And you know who I learned this hack from? I actually learned this hack from Larry Page, the founder of Google. I was watching one of his podcasts, so I credit where it's due, right? I was watching one of his podcasts and he told something like this, that every time you scare AI, it comes up with better outputs. I'm like, let me try. And I tried and it worked. And I'm teaching you right now so that you can use as well. So guys, there are two things that I taught you today. Very, very small things. Number one that I want you to remember is always ask a question on what AI understood. You remember when I asked it, I was like, please explain me what you understood. That is important. So that AI and you are on the same page. And the next is always push AI. If you're doing something important, always push AI to work harder. And you often get better outputs as well. I want you guys to remember these two things. Little hacks, but these are the things that I've learned over 2.5 years. I'm giving them to you so that you can pick them up and the kind of outputs that you get fundamentally changes. Okay? Any which ways, we are here. We have the content DNA report right now. Now, what we need is a prompt. So I open a new ChatGPT window. I'm going to act like 1 second, guys. I want to turn off the history because where is history? Where is memory? Yeah. I want to turn off the memory so that it is not taking up from the best practices and you're actually seeing what you will see. Because if I turn on the memory, right, I've already told AI a bunch of things on how I want ChatGPT to work for me. As a result, it might not show you all the real things. So when I do something, you will see a bit different output. When you do it, you will see a different output. And I don't want that to happen. As a result, I turned off the memory so that both of us will get similar outputs so that you're not confused. Okay? Now, coming here, I wanted to write a prompt right now. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to be like, you are an expert prompt engineer who has written a ton of prompts for custom GPTs. You work in the chat GPT team. You have 10 plus, sorry, not 10 plus. AI is not even 10 years old. So you have 4+ years of experience in writing incredible prompts. What I want you to do is write an incredible prompt which can replicate the style of my writing and write viral LinkedIn posts. So every time I give you a topic, your job is to come up with a LinkedIn post on that topic, which has very, very high chances of going viral. And Something that I want you to remember here is that you need to replicate my style of writing when you're writing the content. For you to be able to replicate the style of my writing, what I will do is I will basically give you my content DNA analysis, the whole report which captures how I write my content. So when you're writing this prompt, I want you to read the content DNA analysis, understand how I write, incorporate all those things so that even a custom GPT can write exactly like me on any topic. That is the job that I want you to do. Did you understand? There you go. I always say, did you understand? Here it comes. Did you understand? I click on the send button. Let it tell me what it understood. And here it comes. It understood exactly what I want. It says, once you share the content DNA analysis, it will give me the full prompt. So what do? I will act as if I have written the full report, come back here, and I'm going to share the content DNA analysis. I just typed analytics, but that's okay. Okay. I forgot how to type, guys. It says this is solid. Your content DNA is very clear and very applicable. I'll turn this into actually what you asked for. And folks, look at this. Drop in a heart. Here comes the prompt. It has something called as role, core objective, master structure, literally breaking down the structure for me, everything around it. Look how awesome this is. What you just built and everything around. So it ended up coming with a prompt. Very, very cool prompt. But you must have realized one thing. This prompt is not in the markdown formatting. It is long, it is detailed, but it's not in the markdown formatting. So what do? I told you it needs to be in markdown formatting for you to get great output. So what do? Well, I do something very, very simple. I'm going to come back, copy this prompting structure, go open ChatGPT again, paste this prompting structure, and I'm going to be like, come to the top, and I'm going to be like, hey, thanks for the prompt, but can you rewrite the whole prompt in the structure given below? That is a prompting structure that I want the prompt to be. Feel free to add your own headlines if you want to, but I want at least this structure to be intact. So rewrite the whole prompt without losing the impact of it by using this structure for me. There you go, guys. And here is the structure, and I click on the send button. And look at this. Got it. It now says role, objective, context, instructions, instruction 1, 2, 3, all of those instructions as well. And we have the whole prompt coming up right now in the format that we want to. But still, there is something missing. What is missing, guys? Let me know in the chat. I want to know if you guys got it. What is missing? The prompt is here, but there is something missing. Yes. Where is the markdown format? Now you can see it has increased the size of the font. It is headlines. It has bolded the text. But where are the hashtags and stars? Well, this is exactly why I removed the memory. Because I wanted it to come like this. You know, the reason why it came like this is because we are using ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not built for advanced users like you and me. ChatGPT is built for everyone to use. As a result, it is not smart enough to understand that you might require the prompt with actual markdown. So it is not optimizing for that. So, but you want the hashtags and stars. So you just have to say this line. Give me the prompt in a code editor or a code block so that the markdown format is retained. When you write a line like this, when you say, give me the output in a code editor or a code block, that is when, guys, you will get the output with hashtags and stars. And look at that. I said, give me the output in a code editor or a code block. So the box that you're seeing right now is a code editor or a code block. As a result, look at this. Drop a boom in the chat. We are now getting the prompt with the hashtags and the stars. And folks, we have our prompt ready. Guys, was this process insane? Was this process insane? Drop a wow emoji. Respond to me with a wow emoji so that I know you understood the power of this. I told you it's going to change the.
এতক্ষণ ধরে জুস বার করছিলে? হ্যাঁ, ওটা খুব টাফ। আমি এখন খাবো না, আমি এখন খাবো না, ফ্রিজে রেখে দাও, গরম আছে তো।
এটা মেরে দিয়ে একটু বেশি
হ্যাঁ
হয়ে
হ্যাঁ
গেছে।
ঠিক আছে, আমি এক্সট্রা
পুরো জল মেশাইনি
জল মিশাওনি?
না,
এত মানে কত লেবু ছিল?
20 পিস। আমি ভুল করে আরো 4 পিস কেটে দিয়েছি। ঠিক আছে, এবার যেহেতু এত রস বেরিয়েছে, রসটা খুব বেরিয়েছে এবারে, 2-3টে ওরকম বেরিয়ে গেছে, এরকম ভাবে ওটাতে রস বেরিয়ে 2-3টে হাতে, আমি সব রস বেরিয়েছে। আমি জল মেশাইনি, একটু গ্লুকন ডি মেশানোর জন্য।
তাও তো অল্পই তাহলে বেরিয়েছে, 20 পিসে 1 বোতল হলো তার মানে।
4 পিস তুই এমনি বাদ দিই।
আচ্ছা,
ঠিক আছে, এতটা হয়েছিল, জল মিশিয়ে এতটা।
মানে জল মেশাও হয়নি, নর্মালি হাফ কাপ জল থাকে।
জল মিশিয়ে
show you how this app is going to look like. And not just that, I'm going to show you how to convert the whole thing into a voice agent, a AI mentor, which will be turned into a voice agent, so you can talk to it and it can talk back to you. And finally, the last 90 minutes is going to be mind blowing, because I'm going to show you how I use AI on a every single day. The workflows that I use, the tools that I use, the agents that I've built, the products that I've built, so that you get a glimpse of what it feels like to work in the age of AI. How many of you guys are excited about that? Drop in a heart. If you want to see how the tools that I use, the workflows that I use, the way I operate as an AI orchestrator is what I'm going to show you. Incredible. With that being said, Funny, over to you. You literally have 10 minutes. Okay. I'm going to take
Perfect,
that 10
Vaibhav.
minute break. I'm going to let AI to ship this product for us. And I'm sure this 10 minutes is going to blow everybody's mind. So over to you, my friend.
Absolutely. All right, folks. So, what I wanted to use this time for is, remember when Raghuveer was ending the session, he mentioned that he used a design tool that absolutely blew his mind. That is the design tool that I wanted to go ahead and show to all of you. And I have a use case that I'll go ahead and show as well. But this design tool is inside of another tool that we have all been using until now, which is Claude. So to be able to access this design tool, you need to be on the paid version of Claude.ai. But as you are on the paid version of Claude.ai, in the left side menu, you will be able to find an option called Design. Now, as you click on Design, you enter this new ecosystem called Claude Design. It's currently in research preview. They're going to launch it very soon for everybody else to go ahead and use. But Claude Design is absolutely a game changer when it comes to whether you want to go ahead and build websites, whether you want to go ahead and build presentations or slide decks, whether you want to go ahead and build videos or generate videos, all of that can be done using Claude Design. So over the next 8 minutes that I have, I'll quickly give you a tutorial of how you can use Claude Design as well. Right now, once you click on the design option, you enter this particular environment. And the first thing that you should be doing inside of Claude Design is go into this option called Design Systems, because here is where you are going to go ahead and create a new design system, which is based on the design language of your own brand. So whenever you have used, I'm sure everybody here used AI tools to go ahead and try to create a website probably, or create presentations, but you might have realized that your brand's design doesn't come through very well on the presentation, and Claude Design changes that exactly, because here you can set up your entire design system by giving it some of your files, which you can go ahead and import from GitHub, or you can link it directly from your computer, or in case your designer has created the design files on Figma, you can simply go ahead and upload the entire upload the entire Figma file here, and it will then read through everything, understand the design guidelines, and create the design system for you. I'm going to quickly show you one of the design systems that I have created, which is the Outskill design system itself, right? You have been seeing us using the Outskill slides all throughout. So you get a sense of how this design looks like. I've simply gone ahead, put up the Figma file of our Outskill design, and it was able to go ahead and capture every element from it, right? And once the design system gets created, you will be able to go ahead and vet it and approve it as well. You can either say looks good, or you can say needs work, and it basically pulls out every micro element from the entire design file that you've gone ahead and uploaded, right? Here you can see it has pulled out the font, it is pulling out the different buttons that it should have, it is pulling out the brand colors, where should the dark surfaces, or what should the dark surfaces look like, what should the colors on look like, and everything else. Extremely detailed. And now that you have this design system created for your brand, you can simply come back into the main menu. Let us say you're creating a presentation, which is the example that I'm going to go ahead and take. You can go into the slide deck option here, name your project, whatever it is that you may want to call it. I'm going to go ahead and name this Outskill Expansion to LATAM regions. Let's do a deck on that, because that is something that I was working on. So, and once you enter the name of the presentation that you're creating, you can now select your design system. So here, Outskill design system is the one that I showed you. I'm going to go ahead and select that, and then you click on create. Once you click on create, this kind of environment will open up, where you can go ahead and on the left side instruct Claude Design as to what should it create using the design system that you have created, right? Design system currently, and it is saying describe what you want to create. Now, here is where I can go ahead and put my content for the slides. Now, how do I get the content? I told you that I am researching on how Outskill can expand in the LATAM regions like Mexico, Peru, and all of that, right? So I went ahead, gave a prompt to ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT to take the role of an expert management consultant and do a research of how edtech market is looking like in the LATAM countries. And it took about 14 minutes already, gave me this entire executive summary of what's happening, what are the countries that we need to look at, or the cities that we need to look at, and everything around it. What are going to be the challenges? What are the opportunities that we have, and everything else. I worked on this research that it gave, because like we learned in the first session, you don't just use the deep research of one particular model, you use deep research of multiple different models. So I went ahead, gave it a lot of context of my own. You can see I pasted a text, and then I asked it to generate a final report for me. And once it did all of that, I finally asked it to give me the content for every slide. So it gave me this entire content, and it went ahead and created around 18 different slides. All that I need to do right now is to copy all of this content, come back into the space that we already have in the Claude design, and then just paste this entire content. Once I have pasted it, I can simply go ahead and say, I've gone ahead and pasted the content that I need to have on my slides. Please go ahead, review this entire content, which is on how Outskill can expand to LATAM regions, and build out an entire presentation for me that I can go ahead and show to my founder using the Outskill design system. You can give it a prompt in simple English and click on send. Now, what it will do is it will start using the design system that we have created to go ahead and build out the entire presentation. Now, this entire process takes about 5 to 10 minutes. So I've already gone ahead and created an entire presentation that I'm going to show to you, just so that we could save time. But what everybody also needs to understand is that when you're creating a design system, that is when Claude consumes more tokens, but when you're using the design system, the token consumption is low, right? So once it builds out, you're going to go ahead and get an output like this. You've been seeing the outscale design so far. The exact design is what it was able to replicate in this entire deck that it went ahead and created. It's an 18-page or 18 slides presentation. It says stepping into LATAM, and actually drop in a heart. Let me check if that option is open for all of you. But drop in a heart if you like what you're seeing on the screen. Give me a second. I will. All right. I'll ask you all. In fact, let me know on the chat what you feel about this that you're seeing on the screen as I take you through the slides. Right? Stepping into LATAM. LATAM is a high growth, underserved AI education market. What is the timing is strongly favorable at this point of time. Digital acceleration is happening. A large and fast-growing edtech market is what we are seeing. Based on all the data that it found in the research, it was able to go ahead and make this entire graph as well, which you can go ahead and use. The AI skills gap is the core opportunity. Look at how consistent the design is on every slide that we are looking at, right? And it also pulled out how LATAM learns. Mobile first, practical learning is what they prefer. They're price sensitive. They like short modules, and they're all about certifications. It's crowded, but nothing is available at this point of time that is very deep, which is why Outskill